Mic check, 1, 2. Zoom check, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, 1, 2.
So good morning, everybody. That's settled down. It's the third day of a fairly intense meeting, and people will straggle in gradually. But we also have an extremely busy day with a sort of a big reveal moment at the end in the afternoon. So and especially given the things that are going on in the outside world, today's emphasis on internationalism and globalism, I think, seems extraordinarily timely. So we should get started. So for those of you who don't know, I'm Sheila Jasanoff, one of the directors of the Global Observatory for Genome Editing. And my task this morning is just to remind people of certain logistical details. So first of all, that restrooms and washrooms are back out towards the front of the building. Secondly, we are guests here at the Norton's Woods Conference Center, which is a historic place that has been given to us for a couple of days through the generosity of the owners and managers of the space. So please be respectful of the space itself and obey the don't bring food and drink type of signs, although that seems to be monitored very carefully at the door by our hosts. You will see still today fellows of the Harvard Kennedy School's STS program with Ask Me badges, and they will guide you around if you're at a loss for things like where to find lunch and various things of that sort. And please remember that there are tables in the atrium that have flyers and other materials from the different associations that have collaborated with us, with the observatory over the years, and who have to some extent parallel and intersecting projects of their own. So just as a reminder, one of the aims of the observatory always was to bring together organizations that already exist. That is, we are not charting a completely new pathway. Indeed, the work of the observatory would not have been possible if there had not been many other efforts of different sorts already. And to some extent, we made a positive effort to make sure that people who saw themselves reflected in the work of the observatory would feel welcome and would be able to share their experiences and their knowledge with us. So you will find some evidence of that and some concrete pieces of information relating to that out in the hall. So please feel free to browse and look around. So with that, let me pass it on to Chris Saha to talk about some special items for today.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the final day here of our summit. And I want to highlight a lunch in the spirit of what Sheila just said, to bring in additional voices to our conversation. This is organized today at 12:35 by the Center for Genetics and Society. And the panel brings together advocates and scholars working closely with civil society and social change organizations across women's health, reproductive rights and justice, and disability rights to discuss what it takes to truly include missing and excluded voices. Panelists will share examples of collaborations among academia and social change organizations and highlight ways for engaging civil society, how it's changed the conversation, for example, by opening space for consideration of under-recognized eugenic and other social consequences of these technologies for the future justice and equality. And so this session will be live streamed, and there will be volunteers that will guide you to the room after you pick up lunch. So it won't be in this room. It'll be a kind of smaller session that hopefully will have also additional opportunities for discussion. And then the second announcement for me today is to just remind you of the video opportunities. We'd love to hear from those who haven't yet reflected and provided their perspectives on video. And so please ask the folks with the Ask Me badge to guide you to that opportunity. I will hand it over to Ben.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. Today we explore yet more complex upward and outward into the domain of institutions, into internationalism and so forth. And at the end of the day, the organizing committee will present a statement that we hope gathers together some of the key insights from the deliberations over the course of these multiple days. And that will be the final session, I believe it's 4:45 session. There is a brief statement that we will present. It will be posted on the Summit website, summitglobalobservatory.org. And that will be posted at the end of the last panel, so just before the extended coffee break, before the roundtable. And so we encourage you to find that and read it. We will also have printed copies to find that, read it, reflect on it, and come back. At which point we will invite reflections from the community and responses from the community to the statement and to the meeting as a whole. So it's an opportunity, it's yet another opportunity for engagement and a sort of moment of gathering insights, reflections, and collectively charting a path forward. And so with that, I will turn it over to Jacob to start us off with the thinking of the day.
Thanks, Ben. Jacob Moses, and my task is to just share some of the things that I heard and observed yesterday. So we started with our first panel with an examination of health in the CRISPR era. We heard from leaders in patient empowerment movements about efforts to address longstanding discrimination in health and exclusion, and the challenges of addressing these kinds of concerns. We heard about the notion of the Global South really taking a leadership role in developing rare disease platforms that could be guided by Gandhi's talisman, which asks, when in doubt, one should picture how the poorest and the weakest person might benefit from a step that you're taking. We heard from a genome editor about current limitations of for-profit sector models and how researchers should be not making CRISPR for people, but rather making CRISPR with people, and heard of a real sense of urgent need expressed by a vivid image of a house on fire, immediate kind of need, but then also the radiating kind of threats and risks that extend to wider circles. We heard words of caution about how race can be geneticized and built into the very questions that are asked in and by science. And we heard how changing the stories that we tell can shift fundamental understandings about what it means to be human, including notions of what lives are worth living and how those lives are worthy of living. Panel 2 looked at limits of engineering. We heard from a practicing scientist about how limits are both socially negotiated boundaries, but also frames that inform the design of experiments and generate new opportunities. This may not be an exact quote, but I heard that many scientists want those limits and they don't want to be setting them alone. When setting limits, we heard that appropriate guardrails in science can be interwoven in cultures of science, and that scientists take these very, very seriously. We heard about the process of not only forming science, but of conceiving of actions like the recent call issued by several trade groups in this space that there should be a 10-year moratorium on heritable genome editing. And then we heard about fundamental questions about what anthropologies, what visions of human identity and flourishing are at play when we ask questions about technology and human obligations toward each other. In the keynote address, we heard from the president of the National Academy of Sciences about a tacit and sometimes explicit social compact between science and society, and how such bodies can serve as almost a supreme court for science, deliberating evidence and identifying where consensus lies in order to deliver science and technology that is for the people. In panel 3, Biocapital and the Conditions of Innovation, we really witnessed a kind of biomedical translational pathway, one that's sometimes imagined to move in a linear way from a discovery to commercialized product, and then immediately that linearity was challenged. We heard about the experience of developing and delivering an N of 1 gene editing therapy and moving toward a platform for this work that is built atop a foundation of research and practice within academic medical research institutions that are supported by public investments. We heard the idiom of democratizing access in the context of industry decisions about making financial investments and trade-offs, and then emerging couplings between bioethics and the market. Bioethics, especially in this idiom of cosmopolitanism, was addressed in our panel discussion that interrogated differences between national, international, global, and these cosmopolitan approaches to bioethics. In the program, we talk about cosmopolitanism as something that affirms diversity, aspires to mutual understanding, and is committed to deep, sustained, inclusive engagement with matters of collective moral concern, and that favors postures of humility. And in that discussion, we heard about pluriversality and exchanges about moral standards and how these travel or transcend various kinds of imagined boundaries. and how much of this aspiration is challenged by the current moment in which this very summit is taking place, where democracy is facing increased challenges, institutions that undergird freedom of thought are under unprecedented strain. And then in the final panel of yesterday, we heard about notions of public good and public imagination. Who is empowered to imagine technological futures and who is imagined within these visions of the future? A practicing scientist working on the frontiers of gene editing returned to one of the questions that we started with in the morning. What does it mean to be a creator, to be an engineer? Does creating something add a layer of obligation to the work that we do? And then we heard about notions of plurality in the democratization of access and the role of institutions. We were reminded that rare diseases, for example, is imagined originally has been imagined as a commercial category and is not a biomedical condition per se, pointing to where our categories and language come from and what imaginaries they emanate from. And critically, I think we heard from 3 leaders in convening discussions in civil society, reproductive health, and rare disease advocacy. And they really pointed to the practices that are needed to engage in consultation, deliberation, and engagement. That inclusion is not achieved merely by opening a door, but requires concerted and ongoing forms of commitment. And so I think it's really in that spirit of thinking about what kinds of commitments and principles are needed to convene the kinds of conversations that are represented in the summit that I think will carry through today and into the summit statement that Ben alluded to. So with that, we will proceed to move into the first panel of the morning, which is entitled Sources of Moral Authority, Science, Religion, Law, and Medicine.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It's a real pleasure for me to moderate this panel this morning. And the substance of the panel is captured almost entirely in the title of the panel. It's about how different sources of authority, epistemic authority, moral authority, scientific authority, engage with one another in these vexed and challenging, but also fruitful spaces. And we have an amazing panel this morning, and I'm going to follow the practice of my predecessor moderators by abbreviating the bios of this esteemed group in the name of having more time to hear from them and to have conversation together. First of all, we're going to be hearing from Jacob Hanna, professor of stem cell biology and synthetic embryology at the Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel. His research focuses on embryonic stem cells, ex utero embryogenesis, and synthetic embryo models to advance treatments for infertility and degenerative diseases. He has led the creation of the first complete mouse and human stem cell-based embryo models resembling embryos up to and beyond 14 days post-fertilization. We'll next hear from Arnold Eisen, the Chancellor Emeritus of the Jewish Theological Seminary and Professor of Jewish Thought. He is a leading authority on American Judaism, served as JTS Chancellor from 2007 to 2020, transforming Jewish leadership education and launching the 21st Century Campus. He's the author of Galut, Rethinking Modern Judaism, and co-author of The Jew Within. He's taught at Stanford, Tel Aviv, and Columbia, and serves on multiple Jewish cultural advisory boards. Jim Keenan is the Canisius Professor of Theology, Director of the Jesuit Institute, and Vice Provost for Global Engagement at Boston College. A leading scholar in theological ethics and bioethics, he has authored or edited over 25 books and published more than 400 works worldwide. He founded the Catholic Theological Ethics in the World Church, the global network of ethicists, and served as president of the Society for Christian Ethics. Jennifer Hurt is the Gilbert L. Stark Professor of Christian Ethics and Senior Associate Dean at Yale Divinity School. A leading scholar in virtue ethics and moral philosophy, her books include Putting on Virtue, a choice outstanding academic title, Forming Humanity and Assuming Responsibility. Her current research explores more than human creaturely agency on science-informed theological anthropology. She also has served as president of the Society of Christian Ethics in 2020. Finally, we'll hear from John Evans, the Tata Chancellor's Chair in Social Sciences and Professor of Sociology at the University of California, San Diego, where he also serves as Associate Dean of Social Sciences and co-director of the Institute for Practical Ethics. His research focuses on the ethical and social dimensions of science and technology, including human gene editing, bioethics, and religion science relations. He's authored 7 books and numerous articles and co-leads a major project on public views of emerging technologies. With that, we'll hear from Jacob.
Okay. So first, I want to really thank the organizers. It's wonderful. I really enjoy these events, particularly for the parts that I don't participate in, as because for me this is a big learning session. And I'll try to say here a little bit my personal experience is trying to get ethical approvals of the journey I go through to do the experiment that we do. And one of the concerns that I have, despite of having supposedly very well defined actually rules and regulations in Israel. First, I'd like to start and just to remind everyone, unfortunately, that there is a genocide ongoing right now in Gaza, where children are being starved intentionally. And it is relevant for what we're having, because we're sitting here and we're discussing human dignity, we're discussing the status of an embryo, and we're discussing the status of a fetus. But what about the life of the children and adults and innocent children and adults, and how does it relate? And is there anything we can do with that? I don't know, but this is a thought that I've had. Going back, when we started our journey, we touched on, you've heard yesterday a great presentation from Magda, who presented the field and the experiments that we kind of do. We also, my lab specifically also touched before that on also work on what's called animal-human chimeras, which is trying to take human stem cells and inject them into other embryos, and with the thought of like studying development through that methods. And our journey on this kind of embryo models on chimeras started back in 2013. And when I was seeking to get the ethical approvals, which at the time, it's clearly the law allows it in Israel. We don't have a 14-day law limit. You're allowed to mix animal, human mouse, as long as you don't implant it inside the uterus. But then reality of it then that we had the animal committee we want to approve it, but then they were scared to approve it. And then they would say, well, let's have the ethics committee approve it, of the stem cell ethics committee, which is separate from the animal experiment committee. And then we go to the ethics, the human ethics committee, and then they're fine with it, but they're afraid to take a decision. And they said, well, did you have the animal approvals for that? And I had to kind of step in and just really tell them, well, please, the animal approvals, you're being asked to approve the animal experiments, and they did it very easily. And then the ethics committee wanted to approve it, but they were afraid, and although they have the authority, they wanted an input from the president that this can influence the institute. And I went to talk to the president, and this happened again once with the animal chimeras and the human embryo models. And he was very knowledgeable, but unfortunately, the easy way is when I told him that Rockefeller University approves these experiments. Of course, then you feel the ego, well, if you're Rockefeller University approves this, then the wise man's going to approve it. There was that element, but of course, then there was the element because it's a precedent. He doesn't want to be the first one. And I appreciate it. I also honestly prefer not to be the first one on anything. But that has been a recurring, I would say, element many times in getting the kind of approvals. Again, although overall things were clear and there wasn't like the discussion about, but it's more about the image or still what having it. And then the other thing, which is for me, I've always, so I'm kind of, Israel is a small country, although we're part of the international community and track a lot of the guidelines, and but also I'm almost the only one there doing these kind of experiments. And I always lived in the fear that I might find myself embroiled in some kind of a scandal, or like something that is, although I have all the approvals and I think, but maybe something, things can shift very quickly for political reason, or somebody will try to take a political aspect. So I've always like tried to take that caution. And that's why I just out of curiosity, and as I go, I try, as much as possible to learn and talk to people of ethics and just who I am. So for example, when I was in a first year medical school, I took an elective class, which is called Biomedical Ethics in Judaism by Rabbi Shafran. And surely enough, the Palestinian got a perfect 100 score there. But I was very interested to really get his opinion, get his knowledge, and also wanted to get an input from Professor Steinberg, who's in the Shaarei Tzedek Hospital. So Shaarei Tzedek in Israel, it is the most Hasidic Jewish, the more kind of considered the most conservative hospital. And it was first there's the curiosity of myself, but I also wanted to feel, get the knowledge of experts from there. How do they feel about these experiments, and have the discussions. And I think I got, those like unofficial. I didn't have to get a permit from it. I already had the permits. But think about the future. What does he think? Can I get him on board? Do I hear a different opinion? And I was very happy, I think, to establish these connections, as we go forward, thinking ahead, that I think that it's very knowledgeable people and resourceful people. And another kind of angle to this has been interesting to me is just as it happens, my neighbor from my hometown, so I grew up in the Galilee, it's a Christian village, and now the head of a Greek Orthodox church happens to be my neighbor from back in the day. And then every time we published a paper, he would call me up, congratulations, I'm so proud of you and everything, because it's like we're a very small community. He's proud that someone is. And then by the third call, I asked him, I thought that he has no idea what we were doing, and then I asked him, like, Father, do you actually, do you know what we were doing? And he knew everything. And just through discussions we had, I had like a very input, to sum it up, he said, no, I don't, people say, right, usually like, oh, you guys are playing God and your creation and everything. And for him, no, I view this as IVF, God allowed the technology to grow sperm and egg and do an IVF. And I view it as the source of life is perhaps the stem cells, and you can do this. And again, I don't think it represents the church, but I think it was also very insightful to kind of hear different opinions, because I've never thought of it this way. But actually something that, and then I feel like my intuition, perhaps being scared, was right, because last year, actually, when I was here, I got a letter of the Ministry of Health to the Weizmann Institute saying that, oh, we were worried that you violated the human cloning law in Israel, and we worry also you violated the Helsinki law, that you're doing clinical approval without clinical experiment without approval. And to me, that was exactly what I thought about as my phobia of like suddenly something unexpected happens. And of course, the Weizmann was very, very supportive. We knew it was very clear that it's just not true. And we went up there to talk to the legal counsel and the head of the Helsinki committee in there. And then what it turned out to be that so I've been suffering a lot of complaints from very political activists that tried to target for my political views, which when those failed, they tried to go to block my science and try to file complaints to the health ministry. And then when we got there, they realized that how much they actually didn't know about things. So they did really read the papers. They were on the newspapers and the complaint, and quickly they realized that it's clear this is not cloning. It's clearly, this is not a experiment in humans that doesn't require Helsinki approval. And the meeting ended up being very, very positive because they basically, at the end, they just wanted to learn about this. They, unfortunately, because of the war and because of COVID, they haven't had the time to really catch up on the discussions enough on the human embryo models, and we established the connections, and we really wanted to stay in touch. And we are in touch. I consult with them because, as I said, my goal is to have people on board, and because I want to seek guidance. I don't feel like I know it. I want as much as possible knowledge. I don't want to even say the support. So that has been like my journey between a little bit touch on the religion, ethics, laws, the reality of doing things, even when things and laws are like quite overall clear, and still that it is kind of, there can be challenges and unexpected things.
I think that I can be of most service to the observatory as a non-scientist and a non-personal theology published this past fall. The way it can be useful is to reflect briefly on what two key passages of the Torah have to say about sources of moral authority, the meaning and purpose of human life, and the nature of the social compacts or covenants that bind us to one another and to God. Judaism does not lend itself to pronouncements of, quote, the Jewish view of fundamental questions or anything else. Jews have generally done theological inquiry, not in systematic or dogmatic form, though there are some great works of Jewish philosophy over the ages. For the most part, Jews conducting theological inquiry do so in the midst of life, in holiday celebrations, life cycle markings, ritual observances, law, behavioral norms, the recitation of prayers, and the ever-changing interpretation of sacred text. This is all the more true today when significant denominational differences divide Jews, widespread participation in secular and secular cultures and societies is present, and far less learning and observance among the majority of Jews than in previous eras. So at the meeting of the observatory last March, my reflection took the form of a close reading of several passages in the book of Leviticus that focus on matters of ritual purity, sexual relations, and the confrontation with death, passages which bracket and contextualize the command at the very center of the book to love the neighbor as oneself. This time around, I will look briefly at two other crucial theological moments in the Torah, both of which are essential to the way that I see the world. The first is Moses' audacious request to God in chapter 33 of the book of Exodus, when they meet at the top of Mount Sinai, after the Israelites, scared to death by Moses' prolonged absence from the camp, had built a golden calf, pronounced it to be God, and worshipped and danced around it in apparent sexual orgy. Moses, after securing God's promise of forgiveness for the people's idolatry, bursts out with the plea that God should not only meet with him and help guide the people, but, quote, show me your kavod. Commentators, of course, disagree on the meaning of that key word. Kavod is usually translated as presence or glory, and they disagree still more on what it could possibly mean to see that kavod. Clearly, Moses seeks to break through a defining boundary between the human and the divine, mirroring the people's breaking of a boundary that distinguishes human responsibility from submission to fear-driven animal urges. God's response is bewildering. Quote, you cannot see my face, for no human being can see me and live, unquote. So God has a face, or as the text goes on to say, a back, a hand. No less important, and more comprehensively, God brackets that thunderous no to Moses' request with two unexpected and powerful yeses. God promises Moses a palpable experience of God's loving care and protection, precious to human beings' ability to do good and achieve insight, despite the very real terrors that plague every human life. No less important, God offers Moses dramatic assurance by naming God's own attributes that justice and compassion are key to God's very being. Human beings need this assurance. We need to know that when we perform acts of justice or compassion, when we show love to the neighbors who, like us, are human, we are acting in accordance with God's will. We have to know this, for it is the core of the responsibility of covenant that comes with creation in God's image. Seeing the face of God, who is not like us, is not something we need to do. Being mortal, we have no choice but to go on without that knowledge. Moses, by no means perfect or all-knowing, far from it, stands before God in full realization of his potential as a person made in God's image. He's endowed with agency, charged with leadership. The dignity of his humanity shines forth from his vigorous arguments with God, no less than from his humble recognition that he is not God. The Torah's word for human dignity is kavod, the very same word used to describe the quality of God that Moses is not allowed to see. God's kavod is somehow the source of Moses's kavod. He is made in God's image and therefore cannot make an image of God. He can experience God's presence and God's absence, but cannot explain either one. He can stand in faith, but cannot do systematic theology. The same lesson is taught in a series of passages near the end of Deuteronomy, comprising the final speech that Moses will give before he dies. The first of these passages establishes that all the book's readers stand in covenant with God and one another, regardless of age or class or gender or the century in which these words reach us. We are just as much a party to covenant as the Israelites who stood at Sinai. The Torah then avows that, quote, hidden things, ultimate mysteries of life and of faith, belong to God alone. Moses could not know them. We certainly cannot. Why is there evil? Why do good people suffer so much? Is there a reason for hope that the world will ever be better? What awaits us after death? The Torah cannot tell us. It affirms, however, that the, quote, revealed things are in our hands. All we need, quote, for us and our children ever after to fulfill the words of this Torah. We have knowledge, we have wisdom, we have reasoning, traditions, and experiences, all of them thankfully plural and diverse. We have our sciences and our arts, our communities and our families. We have our children and our students to guide us. We have the experience of love from human beings that somehow the Torah believes has its source in God. What we need is not in the heavens or beyond the sea, the text avers, but, quote, very close in your mouth and in your heart. The speech reaches its climax in the promise that life and death, blessing and curse, goodness and evil are set before us, and we have the ability to choose life. Uncertainty is a given, perhaps the given of our situation now as ever, but we are not without resources or guidance. Leon Cass perhaps had this section of Deuteronomy in mind when he wrote about, quote, that mystery of mysteries which is its own ground, the being of an embodied mind or a thoughtful body. This is not a problem to be solved, but a question and perplexity to be faced, I suspect, permanently. But of course, we did not need Leon Cass to teach us this lesson. We have the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want. No, you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find that you get what you need. Love, justice, and compassion point the way.
I'd like to begin by talking about or providing an image of a spaceship. A spaceship is, because when I first saw this, when we got this, all I could think of, it was the pilot room of a spaceship. I was reading it in reverse, if you will. Instead of looking at little chromosomes, I was looking at galaxies. And I didn't see the three telescopes. I saw instead pivots on the pilot's wheel. So all I've been seeing is a spaceship, pilot, ambo. And I want to use that as a metaphor for what I want to talk about. This spaceship. In the reset for bioethics that was provided us, I thought it was brilliant. I thought the imperative of this moment is to lay the groundwork for a renewed social compact between science and society that addresses and seeks to rectify the shortcomings of earlier deliberative approaches. That's a sentence that I read several times because I thought it was so impactful. Any such improvement must take note of the asymmetrical distribution of benefits and harms, as well as resources across global science and technology today. And this wonderful paragraph ends, deliberation today demands attentiveness to a broader range of normative concerns elicited through more inclusive and sustained processes. So I think that in a way, what this is doing is trying to invite a variety of spaceships together, and that here we are on this one spaceship. I have to say, though, that I first met Sheila 5 years ago at of all places, the Vatican. And we were on a conference basically on major corporate technology and the common good. And it was really rather very entertaining because it was 400 people who didn't know one another and all coming from the corporate world or the scientific world or the world of ethics. And we were trying, if you will, to meet one another, but we spoke different languages. One of the things that happened to me is when I came out of graduate studies in 1987, in 1989, I got invited into what was called the International Study Group of Bioethics. It was a very innocuous title, International Study Group of Bioethics. It was only Roman Catholics. Roman Catholics talking about bioethics. Now, Roman Catholics talking about bioethics love norms, especially norms that are boundaries that define everything and make everything clear, and is able to tell you what's right and what's wrong, and that's that. And yet we were going to be on an international study group, and we were made up of about 25 scholars from Europe and North America, and we were all inclined to know much more about this and to actually push the frontiers on these questions. We were very progressive. And one of the funny things that would happen is that whenever anybody heard of the group, they would want to know what we were doing. And when they found out we were Roman Catholic, they found this really kind of novel. And so did we. And we met in 1989. I gave a paper called What's Morally New in Gene Therapy that was taken by Human Gene Therapy in their premier issue, in their first issue that came out in 1990. And they liked it because there was somebody who was writing who was an academic, but was not at all familiar with any of these things. So I was considered like a bit of a bridge builder. But I think all of us Roman Catholics in that group were a bit of bridge builders. In that group was, for instance, like Lisa Cahill and Margaret Farley. These are two major theologians in the Catholic Church right now. And they're both feminists, and they both have called us to look at genetics in a very particular Catholic feminist way. That is to say that we know that most people, when they think of Roman Catholics, think of them as highly normative, and we were trying to say we're not. We're more interested in understanding the issues so that we can figure out where the boundaries are in the long run, but more importantly, what are the issues, what are the challenges, and what are the ways that we can develop things a little bit further. When we kept doing stuff like this, we would invite in people like Francis Collins. He met with us. We had a whole number of different people doing things. But we decided we also needed to talk about virtues. So I'd like to just talk about two virtues that came up yesterday and to say something about them as perhaps ways that we can, in our spaceship, use and appropriate, not so much in the way we are, but the way we think, and then how we act. So the first is hospitality. Hospitality came up yesterday when Sheila was talking about cosmopolitanism and invoked Francois Baylis, a radical hospitality, a really wonderful concept. In my field of Roman Catholic ethics, we talk a lot about hospitality because we have these religious communities that have been founded that provide hospitality. Premier is the Benedictines. We have the saying that when the guest comes, Christ comes. That's what the Benedictines say. And the Benedictines are in these big monasteries, and if you knock on the door, they'll welcome you and you go right in. You'll get the best room in the house because you're Christ. You're the one that's being welcomed. That's how they practice hospitality. I'm a Jesuit priest. We don't have hospitality like that. You knock on our door, we may not be there. There may be a key attached. The last time I went to a house, a Jesuit community, I was with a fellow priest. We go to the house that we're staying in Dublin, and there's a key on the door. And this is a secular priest, and he turned to me, he said, Jim, you're so right. This is Jesuit hospitality. The key's here. And we went in, nobody was there, nothing was there. But that's Jesuit hospitality on one side. That is, we're not worried about you coming to us. We're more interested in going to where you are. We go to accompany people. So we ended up developing Jesuit refugee services. This is one of the premier refugee immigration services in the world, and we have that. We work on reservations. We go to where the Native Americans are, and we go to work with them. We go where there is need. We don't really welcome you to us. We're not waiting for you to come to us. We're looking out for who's out there on the horizon. This is Jesuit hospitality. It's very different from Benedict. We walk with you. We accompany you. We don't host you. We try to help you get settled. We try to move forward with you, and we are on the lookout for you all the time. I think that right here, those two combinations are present right here now, that there's a radical hospitality that's being provided by the Global Observatory that is at once both Benedictine. We did come here, and we are being welcomed, but it's also this Jesuit of accompanying and trying to explore further who we are and what we're doing. And the second virtue is humility. And humility came up. Alondra had some wonderful insights about humility yesterday. And I had a doctoral student, she did her dissertation on epistemic humility. She wasn't interested in posturing humility, humility that you look humble in everything that you do and all your gestures are humble. That's nice. That's an interior humility. But an epistemic humility is something that puts a question in your mind so that you wonder whether you're adequately investigating the issues that need to be investigated. And that epistemic humility, this is Lisa Fulham that did this work on this, became appropriated by Margaret Farley. And Margaret Farley then said, if you want epistemic humility, you need the grace of self-doubt. The grace of self-doubt. It is a virtue for the academy. It's also a virtue for the government. But the grace of self-doubt is really a way of making us able, more humble in terms of our investigation, so that in this reset, we are inviting one another into a dialogue, recognizing that we're all coming from different spaceships, but that somehow we need to be attentive to one another by doubting the premises that we already have and the ways that we see reality as we think it is. Thank you.
It has been really a joy to be part of these conversations these past couple of days. And I've been struck that this conversation has been so inclusive, and yet religion has come up just a couple times in a very passing way. And now here we are, and we're the religion panel, quite obviously, right? And I think it's understandable that religious voices are often marginalized in these conversations. And it's understandable in part because, especially in the US, we have these very strong separationist impulses that flow from the First Amendment. And there's a sense that religion should be quarantined, religion should be in the private space, and that we leave it behind or we filter it extensively when we come into public spaces to settle the norms that will govern our lives together. And that's one reason. But I think there's also, it's exacerbated right now because it's challenging at the particular moment that we're in right now. There's certainly a broad cultural perception of a stark religion-science divide, but also certain religious communities have bought into narratives of persecution. And I'm thinking in this country in particular of white evangelicals who understand themselves to be under a dire threat from aggressive secularism. And given that sense of threat, there's, which I don't think is particularly well grounded. And there's a sense in which one could be marginalized in certain spaces, and that really doesn't equate to being attacked. And yet it's being used to legitimize things like the current attacks that we're seeing on universities and on the sciences. So it's, I think, very understandable that religion is seen as a dangerous force that one might prefer to have quarantined and one might prefer to have in private spaces rather than public spaces. But I think it's very telling that the organizers of this conference have not kept religion off the table, but have invited it into the room. And religious voices absolutely belong in these conversations because religious traditions are a critical site for ethical reflection. And not just because the majority of the world's population identifies as religious, identifies with some or another religious tradition, but because these religious traditions are, for all of humankind, an important source of reflection that enables us to move beyond what over the past couple of days have been referred to often as these very minimalist criteria of safety and efficacy. How do we expand the conversation? How do we move beyond those criteria? Now, religion is often associated with prohibitions and dogmas without justification, without reasoning, but that's, of course, a very, that's a caricature of traditions that really convey, capture, sustain thousands of years of reflection on the human place in the natural world, on the human place in the universe. That religious traditions have provided the broadest possible context for reflection on the biggest questions of meaning and purpose. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why are we here? Where are we headed? And religious traditions are also, importantly, cultural spaces that historically bridge elites and ordinary folk, that bring together abstruse philosophical reflection with uneducated folk who are carrying on traditions of practice and ritual. So I think it's helpful to think about religious traditions as historically a site for democratized philosophizing and democratized ethical reflection. We've talked a good deal over these past several days of the importance for these conversations of imagination, of the arts, of storytelling. And I affirm all of that, absolutely. And I want to say that religious practices and traditions, worship, is a site where these things come together, where there is storytelling, the arts, imagination, integrated in these traditions that, again, extend over thousands of years. If we think about the character of ethical reflection, it's never simply about the sort of mechanical application of principles, even settled principles, beneficence, non-maleficence. They have to be applied, and they have to be applied in novel contexts. There will always be questions around the margins as we're applying principles. And ethical reflection proceeds by drawing analogies from areas in which judgments are relatively settled, and we have cases that we're confident about, projecting into novel areas where we have a lot of questions. And so we draw analogies and we test them, and we engage in conversations back and forth about whether this is the best analogy and what analogies might be better. As we do that, reasons become articulated that weren't articulated before. So this is a site where we become able to encapsulate why we arrive at the judgments we have. So this is how ethics is continually unfolding, reframing situations, coming to terms with the new. And this is true even in the religious traditions that are most focused on divine law as the source of ethics. Right? Divine law is articulating the norms for human activity. We're still receivers of the law. We're still in need of interpreting the law. We're still in need of of deciding how in our context, in a context of, say, synthetic embryos that don't arise from a sperm and an egg, but arise in a new way. We are tasked with this pursuit of the divine pronouncement on it. And I think Arnie's stories articulate so well this context in which religious communities try to grapple with those questions. And I could give a brief example of the importance of something like Jesus' parable of the Good Samaritan. The hated Samaritan is the one who acts as a neighbor to the one who is found lying, beaten by the side of the road. A story, right? A story that's told and retold in the context of a worshiping community that helps to redefine who counts as neighbor, who counts as the one who makes the claim on us, and even the enemy is the neighbor. We then are neighbors when we care for the most vulnerable, those we're most tempted to ignore, which raises the constant question, right? The constant instigation to unsettle our existing boundaries of care and concern. The question is the niggling question: is this my neighbor? Is this one to whom I'm called to show care? And a final thought in this space: we shouldn't be overconfident about where religion is present and where it's absent. Many who embrace faith identities and inhabit religious traditions aren't orthodox in the way they inhabit them. Many inhabit spaces that are betwixt and between traditions. Many inhabit them in ways that are deinstitutionalized, that bring various elements together. And we've often told stories of secularization sort of as an inexorable drive toward modernity, and these stories are false. The rise of kind of pluralized religious identities and heterodoxies doesn't mean the disappearance of religion, even if it means the erosion of certain religious institutions. So I think I'm left with this question of how we can together cultivate more capacious religious imaginations and therefore ethical imaginations. Thank you.
Okay, so at present, in most discussions of the ethics of science, the perspectives of morally diverse communities like religion are generally not allowed in. I'm a sociologist, so I'll speak in generalities. This is particularly true the closer you get to actual policymaking. I remember at the first Genome Summit, there was really not any mention of religion, despite the fact that there's decades and decades of theological reflection on the ethics of genetics. And more importantly, the majority of at least the American public at that time would have used religious categories to think about this issue. This is the influence of the field of bioethics, which is established to be the interface between the public and science. This field has been institutionalized to lead discussions like this for many reasons, which I don't have time to get into now. But the great bioethical innovation was to claim that bioethical discourse is representative of the public and thus democratically legitimate because it only uses values or principles that are supposedly universally held by the public. Particular religions are not universally held and therefore wouldn't really be part of the conversation. So as what was already mentioned, these principles are autonomy, beneficence, which means doing well, non-maleficence, which means avoiding harm, and justice. Again, the closer this is to policymaking, the more it hews to this limitation. So in bioethical debates, people from morally diverse communities are sometimes in the room, but they either have to translate what they're saying into these principles or have it done for them. My favorite example from the early 90s was someone speaking of intergenerational responsibility, which got translated into people who do not yet exist haven't given their permission to be experimented upon. So if you have to basically translate into autonomy, that's all you've got. Well, that's a, shall we say, mistranslation of a bigger concept of intergenerational responsibility. So early in my career, I did analysis of arguments used in debates about gene editing and found this narrowing of the debate does occur. I actually had the opportunity a few years ago to test my own analysis when I was on National Academy's commission and found that indeed, when it doesn't say explicitly that it's what it's doing, but essentially it is advancing these four principles, and that's basically it. Now, it seems totally reasonable to say that in a religiously pluralistic country, we should only use values that these debates that everyone agrees with. I support the impulse that we cannot have a moral minority rule over a moral majority. However, there are problems with this idea of principlism. First, you cannot actually discuss the deeper questions that this conference is about using principlism. You cannot discuss the moral status of an embryo like entity using principlism, for example. The only question would be, is physical risks, physical benefits to people, is it equally available and freely chosen? And that's it. All other questions are really not part of the conversation. Number two, you can't actually say no to any technology using principlism. And this is why bioethics has been supported by medicine and science over all these years. The reason is that when you calculate the risks, which is like non-maleficence, and the benefits, beneficence, who decides whether the risk benefit is worth it? It's never like it's objectively true. It's the autonomous individual who's making the choice. And you could, in theory, object to something using justice, but in actuality, the way it works is justice means equal access to a technology, and it's given as a promissory note. Well, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, everyone will have open access. So in actuality, you can't actually say no to a technology with principlism. Thirdly, there's no evidence that these principles are what people would want to use in the ethics of biotechnology. And this is the empiricist in me. I do think that those principles I listed for you are true to their original form, as they were originally invented for human experimentation. I think if you ask the public, that is more or less what they would think. But you can't extrapolate them to issues like we're talking about today. Fourthly, the principles are not politically neutral, but represent the moral perspective of social liberals. The social psychologists have examined this. Basically, everyone agrees, everyone in this room agrees, I'm sure, that autonomy is good, beneficence is good, non-maleficence, okay? And liberals, that is the extent of the moral system. Conservatives, quote unquote, just basically agree with all that and then add a bunch more. So most people in academia are liberals. The danger is you don't want science to be representing only half of the population of the United States, at least. Okay, so if we do not use principlism, and you'll recognize it in most of the documents you see about the ethics of human gene editing, if we're not going to use that to solve the moral authority problem, what do? Well, in a liberal democratic country, we cannot have one moral perspective be in charge. We need to find some compromise or common ground among different moral perspectives without ruling any off the table a priori. I think that's the purpose of this conference. That was the sort of legit vision of this conference, which is to open this up. We need to broaden perspectives where a more diverse set of moral communities are at the table, and this is more difficult. It's much easier to reach consensus if you do not allow certain voices at the table. And I understand the impulse, so how do most bioethics commissions work? If you had every moral perspective in the room, it would be chaos. And so we have to work against that impulse. Thirdly, people can have their true reasons from their particular traditions when they are in these discussions. There is a utilitarian perspective, there's a Kantian perspective, there's a Catholic position, there's a conservative Protestant position, there's a Jewish position, etc. Okay, I think that philosopher Jeff Stout says it best. He says, quote, "My advice, therefore, is to cultivate the virtues of democratic speech, love justice, and say what you please." So, talk about from your perspective, and if no one understands you, that's your own problem. Okay, you have to speak in a way that other people can understand. Recently, or a couple of years ago now, I did a study of people's reaction to God talk in the public sphere, whether or not that was a conversation stopper. It's actually not a conversation stopper. People actually aren't intimidated by it. They typically say something like, "It doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to agree with you, but I'd like to hear what you actually think." A PhD student of mine has a book out that shows that basically in the public sphere, the conversation stopper is science. And the reason is because science speaks with the sort of voice like, we actually know we don't want the input of you, the public, the interlocutor. And so that's perceived as a conversation stopper. So we got to solve this problem. We recognize, well, I'll sort of jump over that in the interest of time. So what's the ideal scenario? You have a meeting kind of like this one. People say what you want. People speak from the different moral communities from which they come. And it's true that you have to come down to some sort of consensual compromise conclusion that will look like we have reached some sort of conclusion about what to do. But this is much different than everyone translating into 4 pre-existing principles, especially so certain ideas cannot be translated just on this panel. I've heard hospitality, intergenerational responsibility, humility. Those cannot be translated into language of principlism and therefore would be gone. So we need to have open conversation, say what you please, tell us your actual reasons, and then the tough part comes in, reaching some sort of conclusion about here's what we should do about human gene editing, human biotechnology, etc. Thank you.
Thanks to all of our panelists for extremely rich and thoughtful comments in a very short form. Impressive, very impressive. You'll forgive me for asking a question just as a point of information that is not necessarily directly connected to the rich moral discourse that we've just heard, but it's a question of Jacob, not speaking for yourself necessarily, but just for the scientific community working on the projects that you're working on. And this is something on day 2 of our conversation it would be useful to have clarity on so that we can have this more dynamic exchange between moral discourse and academic scientific discourse and so on. In the context of the synthetic embryos that we've been talking about yesterday, Magdalena gave her presentation, to realize the aspirations of the scientific project that you all are engaged in, obviously the extraordinary development is being able to cultivate these organisms longer and longer into their stage of development. What is the ideal stage of development that the aspiration, the scientific aspiration is to bring these organisms to? And I think that's irrelevant. People have moral intuitions about different, and we talk about the 14-day rule, we talk about the moral significance of further stages of development, whether that's legitimate or not legitimate. I think it'd be useful just to have just one sentence on what's the goal.
Yeah. So I think definitely the goal is, which comes together, I would say, the goal is understand embryo, how it's really formed in the context of humans. And that would cover, malformation development, how do organs form, and is this actually in itself a differentiation protocol that can produce good cells that we can make them? So it kind of comes together, and these culminate into trying to make entities reach more advanced stages. Whether depending on the goal, it's like we call it can be day 30 in development, day 14 development, day 17 development, depending on the target. But that is the goal. But then if there's another layer of the question, how authentic does it have to be to answer these questions, or how complete does it have to be to answer these questions and to have them? But in summary to the goal, yes, we want to have, because this material you need to understand is not accessible. You cannot have, even from abortions, day 30 or 40 materials, because typically many times women don't know they're pregnant. Even if you have an abortion, usually you get a pill, you don't get a procedure. And also we emphasize that an aborted material is not live material. You need to grow sometimes entities to learn about them. So in a way, this is the only way to get these something that for the research, not that the others are not useful, but really to have, you want to have a system that is kind of develops further and you can engineer it to really study it. So that I would say that the goal.
Thank you. And I'm going to open up to the general audience for questions, but before I do that, I want to ask if our panelists have any questions for one another before we open it up to the more general discourse.
I mean, all the literature, and certainly this is, I'm going into your work, Jennifer, but that you didn't say something stronger about virtue and how virtue does enhance ethical discourse. I mean, Aristotle wrote in the Key of Virtue, Plato wrote in the Key of Virtue. The work of McIntyre was to say that the type of ethics we've been doing is so normative that we lost the virtues. So it just strikes me, why didn't you say something more about the virtues and instead of just giving us the problematic? Why not give us that an alternative for the future, not exclusive alternative, but a hermeneutics that we could use would be virtue?
Yeah, that's a really, I think.
And I don't mean that negatively, I'm curious.
Yeah, no, I think I'm not as familiar with virtue ethics and bioethics. I know it's, a subfield there, and I think you're Jennifer, much more familiar with this than I think I'm sort of in the mode of like policy recommendation, and which I think is sort of moves a bit away from virtue in when you're thinking of like a ethics commission. Like I think, but the ideal type in my mind is an ethics commission that's operating, which I think virtue, perhaps naively, I think it sort of recedes a bit back, while obviously we realize in this day that virtue would be very useful for everyone. That's my sort of instinct. You're definitely.
I mean, I think what strikes me is that in a way, what you've talked about as a process is a process that will work well if the participants have cultivated certain virtues, and it won't work well if they haven't, right? So it's not just about let's set up the right rules of conversation, but it's also how are you listening to one another? Do you have intellectual humility? And if you don't have these things, it's just not going to go well.
Yeah, I think the way I've talked about this in the past is, thank you for triggering that thought in me. It was just, I think what I'm saying presupposes a sort of public sphere ethics or a public sphere set of virtues, sort of like Habermas has talked about the conditions of like a real democratic speech. You have to say what you actually think, and and you're being honest, et cetera, et cetera. So something like that is required for my.
Right. So for a while, there was a lot of talk about the need for civility and the virtue of civility in democratic spaces. And I think that now it's all spiraled off into no hope for that at the moment.
It's just, I don't think that virtues should be privatized, nor should they be individualized. I do think that they have a social impact. And I think that they're foundational for subsequent normative discourse.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think we've had is normative discourse without virtue. And I think what we need to do is to see something foundational. And I think that naming some of those virtues that we find really significant for an observatory are really rather key for proceeding.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't think we should give up on finding them until we try.
Yes, yeah.
Let's try.
Yeah, that's why I think of it as an exercise.
Yeah. We have the situation where the science cannot have the values inside of it. The science acts as if it has to be value free to be science.
Yeah.
Right. So the science depends on some force from outside that's going to put the values there. Right. And where is that force? So that force has no unity. Science claims unity. Right. The values are not unified. But the moral perspectives are multiple. So we have this this inability to arrive at any kind of substantial consensus. Maybe we can arrive at what McIntyre called secondary virtues of we can be tolerant, we can listen to one another, but to arrive at substantive unity, how do we do this in this contemporary society? It's
so Carter used yesterday that preferential option for the poor.
Yeah.
That arises out of a notion of hospitality, virtue of hospitality. Hospitality says that there should be a preferential option for the poor. Now, if we brought that into the observatory, what would that mean?
Well, we passed legislation yesterday which eliminates Medicaid, which is preferential option against the poor.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you all. So last questions, about 20 minutes, please. If you would keep your questions short. Yes, sir. We'll start with you.
Hi, excuse me, Jonathan Latham. This is a question primarily for Jacob. So Jacob commented that he was interested in coming here as a learning experience as a scientist. And I'm interested in the fact that, out of all the scientists that we've had on the panels in this whole discussion, I can't see any of them here present, right? And so basically, the scientists that have come have disappeared basically as soon as they could. And thank you. Okay, thank you. I mean, there's a fella from the, I'm not sure if you're a scientist or not, but I'm struggling to identify those people basically. So, and I want to pair that with what Ben mentioned in his opening remarks, that a lot of scientists, when he invited them, didn't want to come and pledged incompetence and so forth, reluctance to speak on the issues. And so what I'm perceiving here is that scientists, A, don't want to come, and B, as soon as they come, they disappear. And there is no, and you see that reflected in the comments too. They make scientists on the panels, to me, make very plain, vanilla, uninteresting, non-cosmopolitan comments. And so I'm wondering what makes you perhaps different. But it speaks to the last comment from Arnold Eisen, right? How are we going to have a dialogue? What is the dialogue that's ever going to happen here? If scientists don't come to the meetings and they're not interested in what philosophers, ethicists, social scientists have to say.
Jacob, before you respond, I think the organizers, Chris and Ben, would like to make brief interventions in response to the comment. Okay. Well.
I mean, I think you're pointing out at an empirical observation of this meeting, right? But I am a scientist. There's certainly more than just me in the room. And, you know, I think it's not that we're shying away. I think we need, I'm interested in what the panel has to say about the terminology. So preferential option for the poor, addressing rare disease, addressing the person in the house that's on fire. Those are conceptions of virtue, hospitality, all the other, many of the other terminology that was just described, right? It's not that we're, I think, trying to shy away from this engagement. I don't think we've had the opportunity in our training, in some ways, at least formalized training, to learn in the ways that I think Jacob was trying to learn at the moment. So we actually have some common training in our backgrounds, but I will say that as John Evans pointed out, that this in the US is a very difficult subject to one mention, but also teach and also get support for in higher education as part of formalized training of scientists. So that is one place that I think would be very fruitful to kind of think through as a project of you know, our future efforts. And that is also something that I think the organizers here wanted to insert back into the conversation on human genome editing.
Thanks. So just a quick response to that, Jonathan. So it's not untrue that there is a certain amount of hesitation from scientists to engage in these, you know, what are unconventional and therefore potentially uncomfortable conversations. I want to thank Jacob again for being willing to be on the quote religion panel, which is definitely not his comfort zone. And yet, actually, in our experience, more of that came from people outside of the sort of scientific side of the equation. Well, I don't know anything about the technology, so in spite of having thought extensively about the things that are salient to the sort of ethical dimensions, I can't speak to the, I mean, these were the sorts of responses. And one of the things that we've found in our efforts is that actually it's less productive to bring in the religious bioethicists, that is, the people who can tell the scientists how to think about what they already think about. And it's actually much more productive to bring in perspectives, religious perspectives, legal perspectives, whatever kinds of perspectives, diverse perspectives that don't think about the science, so that they can speak to people working in the scientific domains about the things that they haven't thought about, but they ought to. And so I think that there's an important lesson in that. And I really, really like, Jim, your phrase, the grace of self-doubt. And its coupling with Arnie's very close in your mouth and in your heart, that the recognition that the sources of, well, potentially answers, but actually of better questions, of a recognition of what's at stake that wasn't visible before because one simply didn't know how to look, that comes from drawing together multiple sets of eyes. So the question that I was gonna ask, and so I'll just use the privilege that Carter has ill-advisedly bestowed on me here.
I've made a huge mistake.
To ask it is you know, John's description is of a good faith effort to arrive at an endpoint, to build a machinery capable of arriving at a kind of consensus endpoint in what is a complex and heterogeneous and therefore necessarily messy conceptual, intellectual, political, moral domain, right? but it's a process of purification that I think John is suggesting is basically a process of attenuation. What if we thought about the grace of self-doubt as a civic virtue, right? As opposed to a kind of spiritual virtue, or as a civic spiritual virtue, let's call it that. And recognize, of course, that in the domain of the sciences, the grace of self-doubt is a constitutive element of the very enterprise. It doesn't work without a kind of, what has been called organized skepticism. And yet we're not as good at that, I think, with regard to questions of the good, which are not simply straightforwardly resolvable unless you create a machinery that mechanically applies the principles, turns the crank, and out comes your answer with a stamp on it that says ethical approval. So I wonder if you would reflect on that, on the ways in which, and maybe with respect to for the people for the three panels speaking directly from religious traditions within your own communities, who themselves, of course, if the leaders of those communities are inclined to censor themselves on these and on discussions in these kinds of domains, I mean, what about the members of the community themselves? Those are members of a civic community that can bring a particular kind of capacity for engendering the grace of self-doubt and thus better reflection in the kind of collective public space that the enterprises that we're concerned with here ought to be accountable to and ought to be informed by and grounded in. So I wonder if you just reflect on what would that look like as a sort of civic virtue, cultivated within your own respective communities, including you, Jacob.
Add a note, maybe a historical note on principlism and where it came from, where we got this dominant model for bioethics. I mean, interestingly, Jim Childress is one of the pair that came up with this, was a Presbyterian, I think, a theological ethicist. And he's doing this work at a moment that's very dominated by Rawlsian public reason. And there's the notion that this is how we're going to be able to move forward in the pluralistic public sphere. And the problem is, bioethics had started as theological reflection, and then it did become a kind of secularized discourse. It was filtered through this sense of this is what we need to do in order to deal with pluralism. And then it got kind of frozen in that. Principlism became the way to do bioethics. And that's just not how good ethical reflection proceeds, by freezing something at a particular moment. So that doesn't answer the question of, all right, now how do we break out of it? But I think even just naming that fact, why should we be frozen in this model of these principles are what we have to apply? Why should we keep having the Rawlsian conversation when we've moved beyond that and we've recognized that, in fact, we have better conversations if we're not quarantining the religious reasons?
Can I actually jump back to the discussion about scientists and stuff just before we move past that idea, which is I just completed an in-depth interview study of a representative sample of bioengineering professors in the United States. And they're reluctant to talk to me out of humility, basically. And I realized how they have it worse, which is I'm a sociologist. And so when I want to know something to write about, I go ask Matt, I ask Chris, like, what's possible? You tell me. And it's sort of like, it's true, or as true as anyone like me can challenge. Whereas, so I don't have to learn much. I don't really have to learn that much about the science. Whereas they feel, I think, accurately to engage in this discussion, they have to learn traditions that they really were not trained in, and so I think it's more intimidating, and I can totally be sympathetic. And so I just want to point out that the challenge for this cosmopolitan thing is to somehow lower that barrier without requiring scientists to receive extra training somehow to be able to participate.
One thing to respond to your question, that I founded a network of Catholic ethicists, and we have about 1,200 Catholic ethicists from around the world, all teaching at universities, and seminaries, and the rest. And we've had conferences. We had a big international conference in Sarajevo in 2018, 500 of us from around the world. One person there from Japan, she presented on the inability to apologize in Japan. She did this whole expose that apology is not a practice in Japan. It's kind of like, get over it. Just get over it, she kept saying. That's what people say, get over it. There's not a way in on apology. And that prompted me to think about apology in the US context, how we don't apologize at all. Like Barack Obama goes to Japan and can't apologize for the use of atomic weapons, for instance, a significant thing. I started looking for the Trail of Tears. Trail of Tears begins the Trail of Tears. No regrets, just this begins the Trail of Tears. There is no instantiation of a public apology in the United States except one done by Ronald Reagan for the imprisonment of the Japanese in the camps. And he built this thing of these herons surrounded by barbed wire. It's somewhere in Washington. But there is no apology for anything. Yesterday, when I was listening to the presentation on the main address, on Gettysburg Address, you know, Lincoln did not allow to be buried the bodies from the soldiers of the South. He did not allow that, but that's not part of the narrative that we tell. There was no grace of self-doubt there. This is what happened right there and then. And yet we raise up that document wherein a decision was made not to bury those bodies. Jonathan Lear writes about this, and it's a very important essay. It just strikes me that talking about the grace of self-doubt, talking about the virtue of humility, and then talking about learning and teaching the practice of apology in this country would be something that, just as in Japan, they recognize this as a problem, we don't yet. And until we as ethicists are somehow doing that, no matter what the observatory does, it's still going to be infected, if you will, by the resistance to apology that is part of the US persona. So that's why I think virtues are important. It's about the participants in the process, but those participants who know their cultural background.
And I think that religious leaders and spokespeople bear a lot of responsibility for the reluctance of scientists to give any moral authority to religion. So when you're a scholar of religious traditions, you realize that the great religious thinkers, the great religious personalities are full of self-doubt. The traditions are all internally diverse. There are a variety of voices. Images of God are multiple. Nothing is simple. And yet you look at who gets attention in this country right now, and probably other countries as well, it's the people who have the truth with a capital T, and they're going to tell you what the truth is. And if I were a young person thinking about affiliating myself with any religion, I'd be turned off by that. But if Judaism was what a lot of Jews in the news say it is, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with that tradition. So this is a problem like many other things in our society. The loudest voices, the most strident voices are the ones that get the attention, and self-doubt means nobody wants to listen to you. You don't get the sound bites, right? And so we got to find a way past this. I've adopted without trying to be imperialistic and say everyone is religious. I'm not going to say that. I reject the dichotomy of secular versus religious. I don't think it's helpful to us to speak in these dichotomous terms. People have a sense of transcendence. Okay, they may not want to call themselves religious, fine, but let's say that there's transcendence there. Let's say that there's a power beyond ourselves, or there's a need for service, there's a greater good. All these kinds of things which have been associated historically with religion are out there in people. We know they're out there. Our surveys reveal this all the time. And the spirituality is common to, 80-some% of the American people. And yet we have this dichotomy. Either you're one or you're the other. And science plants itself clearly on one side of that. Like science is secular and religion is over here. And so we end up in the mess that we're in.
Okay, we have 7 minutes left. I'm going to start collecting questions and then we'll have responses from our panelists. Sheila.
Yeah, I wanted to throw another word into the mix, which is confession. I'd advise you or suggest that you all read the article by Robert Trug in the collection of pieces that has been published in the CRISPR Journal. What he talks about there is an experience I know extremely well because I've been a member of Harvard's Embryonic Stem Cell Research Oversight Committee almost since the day it was formed. Now, many people agree that the politics that led to the formation of the escrows has been, rendered almost obsolete by developments in embryo research, and human embryonic stem cells don't command the same degree of attention that they did before iPSCs were invented and so on and so forth. But the institution has remained, the escrow. And one thing that's happened that True talks about is that scientists who are indeed, as Ben suggests, often filled with self-doubt and often feel that they don't have the answers to the questions, have come to the escrow with all kinds of questions that have nothing whatever to do with embryonic stem cells. And to me, not being conversant with the Catholic tradition, except through my acquaintance with Jim over the years, and also the cultural position of Catholicism in educated culture, it has seemed as though the escrow is a confessional booth, and people come there because they feel safe in it. They feel that they can raise questions that they could not raise if they had to make public apologies. And one time we had an Italian researcher confessed to us that she actually apologizes to her fruit flies before experimenting on them. So, it became an interesting forum. So I'm curious, how do people here think about, what kinds of institutions might need to be created to, for instance, bridge that gap, Arnie, that you're talking about between religion and secular, because the escrow, I think, is a secular organization that has been, to some extent, endowed by users with a quasi-religious attribute.
Yes, sir. You've had your hand up. Could wait for the microphone, please.
There was a call for a petition to end all human heritable genome editing around the world last night. By the way, my name is Gary Noreen. I'm a retired systems architect, and I have no background in genetics. But anyway, I think there's an ethical issue here that ought to be addressed, and I'd really like to hear the perspectives of the speakers here. There was an article that came out in Nature on January 8th on heritable genome editing by Vischer et al. That used gene-wide association studies in analysis to demonstrate the likelihood, strong likelihood, or the prospective ability to effectively eradicate most diseases, which would require basically human hereditary gene editing. And I'm wondering, isn't there an obligation for this summit to consider what is being stopped by moratoriums on human heritable gene editing, given the fact that there is now evidence that it is uniquely capable of solving a great number of problems in preventing disease, a wide range of diseases. At the same time, we're still seeing the great acceleration that George Church talked about in the technologies. Stopping it now or continuing the moratorium, it seems to me to be something that we should have an affirmative obligation to start considering and thinking about doing.
Yes, sir. Behind the next question.
Sure. Very interesting panel with much of the discussion focusing on the relationship of largely hierarchical religions and public policies. Not all. Jacob was actually speaking of scientists and religion and effects actually on what you do. We're a global observatory, and much of gene editing work is now taking place in India, Middle East, many parts of the world that have not been the focus of discussion of this panel. And to what extent do we understand or know how a Jain doctor or scientist, how his or her work is affected by religion, or a Baha'i, or a Sufi, or others. Again, not critical of the fact that the topics being discussed are eminently worthy of discussion, but noting that I'm curious, not just about Jacob, I'm curious about Jacob too, but the Jacobs in other parts of the world doing the research and how religion affects the way that they see what they're doing, and how those in China and other areas not necessarily notable for conventional religion are affected by their conceptions of morality.
Yes, in the back.
Thank you. So I'm thinking about that virtue of self-doubt that you brought up. As it's been pointed out, it's very central to the scientific experience. But as Jacob talked about in his stories, you mentioned this element of fear whenever going to all of these committees, whenever you were performing your own research, that seemed very heavily, at least to me, to relate to that self-doubt, to be essentially doubting that you have the ability to make those kinds of calls, to be doubting that you have the moral authority to do the research that you are passionate about. So I'm wondering about that relationship between that virtue of self-doubt and that paralysis that can result from that virtue of self-doubt whenever you try to carry it forward instead of trying to reach that consensus that we need in order to get stuff done.
And I think we have time just for very brief interventions from our panel before we conclude. Go ahead, John.
Can I just give 1 minute on religion and science? My other thing that I do, not for the people in this room, is the relationship between religion and science sociologically. There's a large literature on this. Here is the 1 minute summary. Number one, in the United States, there are essentially no fact conflicts between religion and science, with the exception of one religious tradition, conservative Protestantism, and a few fact claims having to do with human origins. That's it. It's almost all about morality. Number two, if you go around the world, this is a very Christian debate in the first place. You go to India and interview scientists about conflict between religion and science. They don't even know what you're talking about. You have to explain why you're even asking these questions, to say nothing of other countries. And so the whole notion of a conflict between religion and science is at minimum Abrahamic, primarily Christian, primarily Protestant. And so we need to keep that in mind. It's really about moral conflict, not about fact conflict.
I think that's really helpful. And I think what it suggests is that asking Jain or Baha'i scientists how they're thinking could really help transform and get this conversation unstuck. And that could be really, really helpful. And just to connect back to Sheila's comment, Paul Schertz is an ethicist who has thought about this kind of thing. Do scientists need to be engaged in rituals to help themselves deal with some of the questions that they're wrestling with in their practices?
2 points. One would be an answer to the last question. Virtue is the mean between extremes. And so the grace of self-doubt could be actually neurosis, where you just keep doubting yourself. And that is not the grace of self-doubt. But self-righteousness is also not the grace of self-doubt. That's the other extreme. So getting to the mean, I think, is really key for virtue. I think the word compassion is really rather key for the work that we do. I think that for the observatory, it would seem to me that that's the salutary virtue. I saw on the first day the issue of the burning house and responding to the burning house. That was eliciting compassion. That was eliciting a compassionate response such that one would risk their life to save those involved in that house. I think compassion is a salutary virtue that actually works across many, many religious traditions. Those of us who are in religious ethics are in a lot of comparative discourse, and compassion almost always comes up in religious traditions.
Okay, Jacob, would you like a final comment?
I just want a final comment about, I think, going back to the first question, and I think the mirror image is what's typically as I fear from is what you usually have, and this is currently, I think, dominating a little bit the policies, where you have a conference of scientists and then having the token bioethicist. And I don't want to say token because they usually do a very good job, but it's clearly dominated and directed by the scientist, which is, again, against, I think, self-doubt, against humility, against really reaching broader. And I think that is the reason why we need to have a lot of different groups. It's not about, them become biases versus scientists, but it's not this fight. But I think also being active and a lot of white papers that we see now only coming almost from scientists with one or two bioethicists. I think we should see the other thing as well. And eventually, ideally, just more merging and more interactions between, if they are different entities, because that is in the end, just this mix is very critical. And that's why it's very important for me. But I would say it's not easy because there's definitely pressure for silencing. I really get, don't interview, don't go to this meeting, don't say that. And this is just against my existence personally. And I know other scientists, not only me in that aspect. So I think that's why it is just very important. And like in this meeting, still that we have more presentation from both. Please join me in thanking our panel once again.
Okay. Okay. Do we get a signal from someone, I wonder? Because the mics, I mean, mics aren't on at the moment. Okay. Okay. Well, as long as Chris has finished his coffee, then we'll. Okay. So I can't just start talking, can I? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so could everybody take their seats, please, for the next panel? Thank you very much. So, welcome to panel number 6 of this meeting. This panel is entitled Modalities of Governance from the Asilomar Conference to the CRISPR Summits. My name's Pete Mills. I'm the director of the PHG Foundation, which is a health policy think tank based in Cambridge, UK. And I'm also a member of the organizing committee for the panel, although obviously others have done the lion's share of the work so far. I'd just like to start by recalling that in her intervention yesterday, Carrie invited us to recall one of the foundational texts of later 20th century science policy, Vannevar Bush's Science, the Endless Frontier, which gave us the rather infamous straw man in the shape of the linear model, with which I'm sure you're all familiar. And I'm going to use that as permission to frame this panel by referring to another straw man text, Michael Polanyi's 1962 essay, The Republic of Science, Its Political and Economic Theory, which gave us the image of science as a self-regulating system. In Polanyi's essay, the Republic of Science is presented as a self-regulating community of independent thinkers bound by shared standards and a commitment to truth, whose free inquiry and mutual interaction represented, for his money, the best way to advance knowledge for the good of humanity. And in so doing, he sort of appeared to be making a virtue out of precisely the kind of disembedding of science from society that his brother, the economist Karl Polanyi, famously identified as a source of danger and despotism. So in this panel, we want to consider different ways in which research is governed by and for the public good. And I'm conscious that Martin McNutt yesterday invoked Abraham Lincoln poignantly, I think the US's first Republican president. So we want to explore here how over the last 50 years, and particularly in the last decade, the governance of research has married scientific expertise with other sources of moral authority, such as those we heard about in the previous panel, and more besides. And I hope we'll get around to discussing how it is responding to historical developments that increasingly challenge both freedom of research and the integrity of the global community of researchers subject to shared norms. And to explore these challenges, we've got an extraordinarily well-qualified panel here. I'm going to introduce them in reverse order. And as previously, the introductions will be brief since you have access to their rather fuller biographical notes in the website version of the program. So Roli Mathur is head of the Indian Council of Medical Research Bioethics Unit in Bangalore and a professor of medical research at the Academy of Sciences and Innovative Research in New Delhi. She chairs the WHO Collaborating Center for Strengthening Bioethics in India. Next to her, Dan Wickler is professor of ethics and population health at Harvard and a leading scholar in global health ethics. Before joining Harvard in 2002, I think he served as the first staff ethicist at the WHO and a staff philosopher to the US President's Commission on Bioethics. Next to him, Victor Zhao is president of the US National Academy of Medicine and vice chair of the National Research Council. He's a leader in cardiovascular research and health innovation, and he launched the first international summit on genome editing back in 2015 and co-chaired the oversight board of the US-UK International Commission on Clinical Use of Human Germline Genome Editing that reported in 2020. Phil Campbell was editor-in-chief of the leading scientific journal Nature from 1995 to 2018, when he became editor-in-chief at Nature's publisher, Springer Nature, which publishes many scholarly books and academic journals addressing societal challenges. And finally, Carrie Wollenitz is a principal member at Lewis Burke Associates and an internationally recognized expert in science and health policy. She previously led the Health and Life Sciences Division at the White House Office for Science and Technology Policy, served as Associate Director for Science Policy at the National Institutes of Health, and was Chief of Staff to NIH Director Francis Collins. So, Carrie, let me start with you, because obviously one of the obvious criticisms of Carl Polanyi's model is how little account was taken of how the resources for science are allocated. So I'd like to invite you, with your experience, to talk a little bit about science funding and how that influences the shaping of scientific trajectories. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and hello again. When I think about research funders and this intersection with governance, simplistically, I think it operates by the golden rules. Those who have the gold get to set the rules. And I think, you can think about that in a variety of different ways. I mean, there's sort of the essential carrot and stick model, that there are a lot of ways in which the funding of research really allows both the incentivization and disincentivization of various governance models and operationalizing those governance models in ways that ultimately sort of govern the ethical and responsible direction of research. So if you think about some specific examples, I mean, let's just invoke the title of this panel. For example, if you think about Asilomar and the guidelines that came out of Asilomar, one could argue those, they're sort of described as self-regulation, but really they became actual regulation because they were quickly adopted by the National Institutes of Health and became a term and condition of funding, which persists to this day, and sort of a really interestingly crafted one, actually, because they have a reach-through effect in that they essentially apply by taking the money. You're not agreeing just to apply those guidelines to the research that is funded by NIH, but all similar such research, that is happening regardless of funding source. So that's one example of this sort of incentivization. There's also the incentivization to create governance. I believe, Victor, I have written you a number of checks through the years to lead discussions at the National Academy about governance. So there's sort of the funding of outside entities to help create these sorts of discussions. And then there's, really very direct action by the agency. We think it is an important value for scientists to share their data therefore we are going to put in place a policy that requires you to share any data produced, or even in the design of research itself. How do you essentially incentivize researchers to engage with public? Well, you can write a funding solicitation that says, if you want this money, you have to create as part of your research design some sort of engagement with the public, whether that's a public council, whether that is requiring members of public to be actively involved in the design of the research themselves. I mean, there's a lot of power that research funders could use. When you are a public research funder, so this is certainly true in the US and probably true in many other places, and I think it's important to note that there are a variety of funders, public and private, in the ecosystem. First of all, the magnitude of that public funding often allows you to have really an ecosystem effect, right? So it's not just on any individual scientist, on any individual institution. It can really potentially have a wide sweeping effect, but it also means that there are a lot of ways in which you are sort of forced to be responsive and engage with the public, whether you like it or not, because there's a lot of accountability built into the public governance of research agencies in sort of a broader government and political landscape. It's an interesting time in the US to be talking about this and thinking about this model, because I think there would be an argument to be made that in some ways we are seeing sort of extreme uses of this carrot and sticks model of US funding. The stick is becoming a bit more like a cudgel in a lot of ways. And we are really stressing this idea of how do you disincentivize behaviors that may not have anything to do with research governance or research conduct at all by using this, sort of golden rule of, if you want the money, we expect you, to behave or not behave in particular ways. And I think, for me, that's that is a worrisome trend in the US, at least. It'd be interesting in hearing from our international colleagues on this as well, because I think in some ways a lot of the integrity of this public discourse around science really does stem from partnership and trust and true engagement, which isn't one side or the other lecturing, someone sitting on the opposite side of the table about how things should be done, but really kind of this continuous conversation of the sort the Global Observatory has really been able to foment, that allows that kind of relationship building and trust and common language to be developed. And when that relationship becomes too one-sided, has this sort of power disparities that I think Alondra Nelson referred to yesterday, then in some ways, I think it really falls apart. And unfortunately, I worry that those are the trends we are seeing in the US. But I do think that there is value to the model of research fundings being part of the building of this kind of responsible culture of research, and thinking about how in their, particularly for public research agencies, and where they sit in the political and governmental system of accountability to the public, where they can really become the drivers of that forcing function to make sure that we have that public engagement in how we think about research and how ultimately we shape our research agenda going forward.
For the invitation to this meeting, I have to say I was very struck by the previous panel for its liveliness, and it's just a very good example of one of the strengths of this meeting, which I haven't attended before, where you're hearing different viewpoints and at the very least leaving the meeting with a much wider comprehension of the voices that ought to be in the room. I should give a few disclaimers. I'm no longer at Nature, and it's important to say that I'm not here to represent Nature as it now is. I want to pay tribute in this talk to the colleagues, many of whom are still at Nature, but also elsewhere, who I worked with when I was overseeing policy development during my time. That commitment and motivation for integrity, both technical and ethical integrity, is incredibly strong. And that is a part of the point I want to make, which is these people are partners for the research community, the ethics community, etc., because they have in their body, as it were, an enormous amount of experience and overview. I also want to say this isn't just about the Nature Group, it's about other journals, other publishers, etc. So after 45 years in research editing, after my postdoc, I was happy to step down. But that was because I thought I'd done enough. I was 72, that was 2 years ago. I anticipated correctly that I would miss something. And what I miss most is that a sense that you have a group of talented colleagues and a community outside that group with whom you can work, you can make a decision, you say you are going to do this editorial theme or we're going to develop this editorial policy. And that process has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it's there manifest. And one of the points I want to make here is that this approach that journals can take is a cog, a very high-powered cog, actually, within that machine that Ben referred to earlier on. The rest of the machine appears a bit nebulous at times and needs to be put together. But when you're talking about this relationship between society and science, there is a cog there that I'm hoping, as I'll illustrate, can reflect not just the editors, not just even the researchers, but can go broader than that. So in my essay, which was published in that group of essays that are now available, I gave specific examples of the ways in which editorial policies are developed in relation to and collaboration with researchers, and also broader than that. In the context of this meeting, I'd celebrate editorial policy making as an example of governance that influences not only the constraints and empowerments on our content and on the researcher's authorship of that content, but also a back reaction into the community's practices itself as a result of the policies that we develop on occasion, not always, but on occasion. And there are three examples I want to mention that illustrate what I call essential transparency, which is an important part of the ethical and might be seen as one of the virtues that we were talking about. There are three topics, one of which is reproducibility, the topic of replicating or reproducing research done in the lab. And that's a whole narrative in itself. And in the interests of time, I'm not going to talk about it because it doesn't have such an ethical dimension to it, but it is all about integrity of a technical kind and absolutely involves a huge amount of collaboration in its development. So there's a whole narrative there, which I'm not going to go into. Another topic where transparency turned out to be essential is in gain-of-function research. And that, of course, is quite topical. But this was before COVID. This was all about the enhancement of flu transmissibility in animal experiments using ferrets. And the US National Scientific Advisory Board for Biosecurity raised real concerns about two papers, one of which was submitted to us and another which submitted to Science. And I won't go into the long narrative of that and the process that took place, but we as editors had ultimate authority. They were not trying to impose on us, but they were trying to discourage unwise publication of research that could have a dual use. And one of the things I've observed in those types of discussions and other dual use policies making is how the security community who we work with, the secret services, etc., in trying to develop those policies, and sometimes in giving us risk-benefit analyses of papers, tend to be absolutely open in trying to get something published. It's sometimes academics who are more cautious about whether something that is potentially dual use should get published. But in my experience, in fact, very few papers have fallen into this problem, and none of them, in my experience, were actually not published as a result of that. But the point I'm wanting to make there is the transparency that emerged, or the lack of it, in those papers about lab safety turned out to make all the difference to the atmosphere in the room. Because when we focused on lab safety and the researchers explained what was not in their papers but was in their practices, that made a huge difference to the acceptability of those people in the room of publishing the research. And what we learned from that was the virtue of transparency in the papers and making sure that that sort of thing is explained. And then the final example I want to give is in neural organoids, that is stem cell assemblies that have been derived from humans to drive into a neural set of pathways as a way of studying not only fundamental brain function, development, and so on, but also help with mental health and other mental illnesses and other things. And people who are working in that area can see that exactly the sort of social concerns and religious concerns and so on about the nature of what a human is and where you're going with that sort of research needs attention. And they are trying to be extremely responsible about that. And that's a wholly different topic, but the transparency element of that is that there is not a framework. And therefore, we as a journal had to think, because we're publishing a lot of the leading papers in that field, we had to think about, well, what are our obligations and what are the author's obligations? And the obligation in the end was to just be transparent in the paper about what ethical considerations and consultations you did before or as you did that work. So that to me was a good example of how improving public trust can happen, which is a virtue, I think, if you are transparent about not only what you did do, but also what you did not do. So there is no insistence that you have to do all these things, but nevertheless, whether in that or in reproducibility, if you're clear about what you didn't do, that helps people understand where you are. So the final overall project, which isn't about transparency, that I just wanted to mention in the 2 seconds I think I've left, sorry about this. Okay, I'm going to stop soon, is about a much more elusive sort of concept, which is harms to population groups. So nature itself, over the years, over the century and nearly a half that it's been in existence, has definitely published racist content. And I think we published apologies for that, incidentally, on occasion. But there was a paper that was published at about the time of the George Floyd episode, where we, not Nature itself, a journal completely unrelated to the Nature journals and academically edited, did publish an editorial that was racist. And that made us think, okay, not only should we retract that, but what else should we do to try and minimize or fully explore, if you like, the implications of what is possible in that respect. So we did a year-long consultation internally, externally, with ethicists, with the various representatives of minority groups within the company's employees, not just editors, right across the board. And so it was a very big exercise, and it's quite simple. We arrived at a set of guidance, which are based very much on the principles of beneficence that was mentioned by John earlier on, and based on the standard, the UN human rights and the various other public statements about human subjects, but extrapolated to these larger population groups. You cannot have a policy about that. You can only have guidance. You cannot be sure how you're going to enforce it, but you can at least be aware of it. And so what the point of that was, and it's published, and again, in my little essay, you'll find the links to it. In the end, it's down to the editors. At this stage, in the absence of any bigger movement, or if you like, bigger statements, it is up to the editors to just be alert to that as a factor in thinking about this paper. Who is this going to harm, as well as who is it going to help? So just to conclude, I want to say that all of this stuff is non-competitive. We work with, my colleagues now, work with other publishers, and there's a forum for publishing ethics that all editors sign up to. It is intensive resource-wise, and if you come up with a policy, you can be sure that someone's going to have to do more work. And that's where the funders get interesting, because when we did reproducibility, I was talking to Larry Tabak a lot at that time, deputy head of the NIH, and he was all there for it except, yeah, but who's going to pay for all that extra work? And so he had a sticky time of that, trying to work that through. But this is all about resources, and we've invested, that my colleagues have been invested in terms of trying to deal with the extra bandwidth required to handle some of these policies. So I'm just going to repeat finally that we are this cog, we collectively, the editorial bodies of these journals, not just staff editors, but the staff editors do provide a concentrated resource. They're active, they're driven, and they are ready to tie in with almost anybody at the right moment to help develop a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And I want to begin by saying, Sheila, thank you and your organizers for putting this together. As you heard, in 2015, I and Ralph Cicerone, along with the Royal Society and others, initiated the first summit on genome editing held in the our national academies in DC. So this means a lot to me. But over the years, the issue is a lot more than genome editing. It's about all these emerging technologies, and it's moving so fast that there's almost no governance or regulation, many of them. And we spent probably the last 3-4 years working on this issue. But let me first begin by saying what you heard from Carrie and from Phil is perfect, because we're living in an ecosystem. It's not one entity, but all the entities have to row in the same direction in enabling responsible science. And that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit. But I would like to say it begins with scientists, because after all, we're the ones who do discovery science. We see an exciting discovery and to say, bro, I can cure this disease. But how do we think about what does it mean in societal terms? And so I think scientists are the ones who actually do the work and should be able to look at the implications of their great discovery. So in this regard, I'm going to talk about two things. One is past experience, and second is where we're going. In the past experience, I think you talk about Asilomar, right? 1975. Actually, National Academies was the one that convened this meeting. But as you know, at the time, recombinant DNA technology, in fact, there are scientists that says we should have a moratorium because it's really dangerous to think about this technology, what it means to, excuse me, overall society. So the meeting was held, as you heard from Carrie. Scientists came together to say, we need a I won't say regulating, but self-governance structure. This is what we should and should not do. And of course, scientists can talk to themselves and they will behave, hopefully, as the way they say they would all. But until you have NIH and agencies that can actually create some real policy and implement them, it's obviously really important to have that, and journals. I'll come back to that. So then from Asilomar, in 1996 was Dolly the sheep, right? You can do nuclear transfer and clone mammals, and boy, we can clone human beings. And there again, scientists, along with WHO, UNESCO, and others, to say, no, wait a minute, we really should put a pause, if not a moratorium, on anything that's got to human cloning, at least human beings. Then, of course, there's the embryonic stem cell, talking about policies. Certainly, remember George Bush and human embryonic stem cells and others. We're where we are today, but I think what's happened is, you heard from George Daly, the ISSCR, International Society of Stem Cell Research, has put together guidelines, which in fact are broadly accepted by scientists, conduct of research, application, and in fact are very much the basis for regulation in Japan, Germany, UK, and Canada, and others. And of course, now we come to genome editing. So when we first did the meeting, we realized it's a lot more than about science. So there were ethicists, social scientists, many others, all present for this discussion. David Baltimore chaired it. We came up with a statement. We came up with a study that followed this. But our study was focused on the whole use of CRISPR and genome editing, somatic, and the use of germline. And we're not forceful enough to say what's permissible versus not. Then came 2018. I was there in Hong Kong when the Chinese investigator says, I've done it, created twins. That created a firestorm. I remember there were literally hundreds of reporters storming the auditorium. And of course, that triggered a much more serious look at, as Sir Peter said, 2020, that we say, these are the guidelines of hereditary human genome editing, which means we're not ready to do this whatsoever. And that's the state right now, as WHO as well. Now, I think Phil mentioned gain of function. Next week, we have a meeting on mirror life. Mirror life is this new technology where you can actually create mirror images of RNA, DNA, and protein molecules that escape immune surveillance. It's phenomenal they can do all this, but it's another great threat, as you can imagine. So that's where science is coming in. But I think we learned science is not enough. It's got to involve almost every sector of the community social science ethicists, legal scholars, and of course the public. Because at the end of the day, what we're doing is for the public good. And therefore trust and culture and ethical differences in different countries, cultures, and are so important. So we learned that you have to bring all these people together very early. So that leads me quickly to my second portion. So how do you do this, right? I mean, after all, every day we have emerging technology. I talk about mirror life, AI, genome editing, synthetic biology. I think we're really missing a good governance structure for this. Science is moving so fast, we're only catching up. So we're talking genome editing after something's already done, germline editing to produce twins. We're talking AI after all the ML thesis has been done. So how do we actually stay ahead of this? So I would say for the last 3.5, 4 years at the Academy, I've been leading this effort to look at how do we create a anticipatory governance structure to relook at emerging science that's relevant to societal implications, to social good, etc. So that led us to create initially a Committee of Emerging Science, Technology, and Innovation, co-chaired by Alondra Nelson, who's here, George Daly, and the two boot. And we have brought together all the different sectors to say, how to move forward. Following this, we decided we better do a more formal study and look at not only how do you regulate, but how do you create a culture of responsible innovation. And that study was led by Keith Wailu and Keith Yamamoto. And now we're in the third phase where we're launching action towards this. So I'd like to tell you briefly what they are. So in creation of this committee collaborative, we have now public, private, and you name it. The co-chairs, for example, are Chris Wiebacher from Biogen, Teresa Maldonado, who's the head of all research in University of California system, and myself. And we have a committee that has innovators, social scientists, ethicists, university leaders, MIT, Michigan, many others, journal, Science and New England Journal of Medicine, previous NIH directors, FDA commissioners, tech transfer, really important, and GAO and venture and industry. Why do we need all this? Because to create a governance structure, we really have to all the stakeholders. Oh, by the way, patient advocacy, absolutely important. We have that. So here's what we're doing. We figure number one, we need a multi-sectoral governance structure because after all, many technology hits multiple sectors, from FDA to payment to you name it. So to do that, we need a body, and now this is still voluntary, working along with Kerry, in fact, with TP and others, to look at how do we use some tools to take emerging technologies to assess them. So it's a tech transfer tool, benefit and risk. So very early, we're doing horizon scanning to say, this new technology, let's think about what are the potential issues. So create a heat map that maps principles and ethics on one side, and then the life cycle of a technology, looking at what sectors are involved, trial design, regulation, approval, you name it, and try to very early take technology, map into it, and begin to say, how do we anticipate the changes? Now, yesterday you heard from David Winnicott doing OECD, and in fact, that's what they're doing as well. He's a member. Second issue is actually the more important issue. You heard about the need for an ecosystem. We need a responsible, equitable ecosystem of innovation. To do that, every single step of the ecosystem matters. If everyone in the ecosystem thinks along the issue of, are we doing responsibly? What are the ethical implications? What are the access implications? What are the innovation implications? So we're putting together, you heard, university leaders, training of scientists, design of research, clinical trial design, tech transfer from universities to industry, venture investors, industry, all together saying, have we thought about every one of these steps? I believe when we do it right, we will begin to change the norms and culture. And that's a long haul, but we're in for it. This is why I think what Carrie and Phil said is so relevant, because they play a critical role. It's a multi-layer governance structure, but you do need enlightened people. And when Carrie said, well, our country right now using that power of funding to direct things a different way, that won't be right. So we have a lot of issues to discuss. But I'm very happy to talk to you about what we absolutely commit to this. It's a multi-year project that we are launching. And hopefully, I'll just make one last point. When I think about when people say, where do you want to end up? I say, you know, years ago, we had Tuskegee, and we had human subject violations. And what really took was a Belmont report to say, you know, when you do human subject, you need to get consent, ROB, oversight, you name it. And at the time when this was put forward, it was voluntary, just like what we talked about today. But eventually, HHS adopted this. And eventually, guess what? If you're a company, you can't put through FDA without having followed the human subject protection. So I'm hoping what we're doing becomes a norm, and the norm becomes a standard, and becomes a really way of regulating and not governing this issue. Thank you.
That was a fascinating overview of the search for a governance structure that would result in a truly ethical way of doing science and introducing new technology, which is to say, I think our subject here, in a sense, is ethics. It's what's the right thing to do. That's why we're all here. We're asking that question. Sheila asked me if I would reflect on one sliver of this issue, which is, what is the role of people who call themselves ethicists? You know, there are some of us like that. For many of us, the route into this role is a doctorate in philosophy, although it's possible to reach this station by studying other things. And so I thought what I would do, so I've had an unusual career of in and out of academia, but also in government roles. And I thought I could reflect for a moment on what the role of a professional ethicist might be in trying to bring about this governance structure that has been recommended to us. So let's start with the question, well, what do these ethicists do? Just for fun, sometimes I ask my colleagues at the Harvard School of Public Health, where I teach, what do you think we teach in our classes? Not one has gotten anywhere close to it. Some people think that we teach people how to get through the IRB. Actually, we don't in the classes that I teach. That's a different course. Others said, well, you encourage the students to maintain their integrity and you know, teach them basically what their parents should have told them as they're raising them. But that, of course, has nothing to do with what we're doing. If they saw our syllabus, they'd be very, very surprised. It has nothing to do with that. Now, if you go to the WHO website and you look up ethics, that's what you get. You get stuff having to do with integrity, corruption, honesty, which is what most people think of, you know, when they first hear about an organization and ethics. But if you look up global bioethics, a different search term, then you get the subject matter that we've been talking about here. So it shows that the perception of what it is when you do ethics so professionally and with the intent to zero in on the problems that we're talking about here, it must involve methodologies that are foreign to most people. We were just talking earlier about in India, there are talented people there who do ethics, but by and large, if the question comes up, should we get an ethicist? People would say, a what? And would have no idea what that would involve and what role could they possibly have and so on. That's the way it is in most of the world, but not in North America and Western Europe. So if there's a role for someone who's or some people who are in a in an official capacity as ethicist in an organization like WHO or in the ICMR in India. What do they do? What are we asking them to do? Some people would think that what they should be doing is just bringing voices to the table, with the idea that there are all these positions out there on all these ethical issues, but different people have these positions, and they should have a forum where they can talk about them, and then maybe they can do some voting, and that way come up with a general order. Which sounds great, except for the fact that it assumes that there are within all of the constituencies that would be represented at the table in such a gathering, there have been long discussions about these issues that dissected them and talked about alternative solutions and their advantages and disadvantages, which would then instruct their delegates when they came to the table to urge for this or for that. But in fact, that's just not the case in most places. Just as the question, what is an ethicist, is the common response to the suggestion that we have an ethicist involved. Similarly, when you say, well, there are ethical questions here, it's not like you've got a unit who's been thinking about this for a long time. If I can, I have a memory of a meeting that UNESCO convened. UNESCO at one point had what they called a text in bioethics, rather opaque to many of us. And UNESCO had the convening power to invite all the ministers of science of the world to come to Paris, and a very agreeable, way to spend a weekend. And the idea was you bring all these ministers of science in, and around a huge table, each minister would stand up and say what their country wanted with regard to this proposed text in bioethics. And I was the WHO liaison to that, so I went to that. And along with some of the other observers there, we started chatting in the breaks. We sort of had a pool of how many of these ministers had any idea what was in that text. They all voted, that's for sure, and some of them vociferously. But if you'd ask them, well, what is it you're voting on? And what would it be the alternatives, and what are the advantages and disadvantages? The number of them who could have given an intelligible answer, I think all we were certain was, it wasn't zeros, but it was pretty close to it. So this model that many might think is the role of a bioethicist or an ethicist in an international organization like UNESCO or WHO, it sounds great, but it assumes a kind of thought process and policy development process that simply doesn't exist in most places. So we have to ask what value is that? It gives a process solution. It says, well, every country came and every country had a voice and they had a vote, and we duly tabulated all the votes. And if you think process is enough, then you'll be happy. Now, coming back to Phil, if we come back to nature here, you said that when the people who are doing the stem cell neural research addressed the ethical issue, what they said was, here's what we did. Here are the hoops we jumped through, here are the discussions we had. And I agree, that's really valuable. I think it's great that they included that. Now, is that sufficient? Yes, I mean, Sheila talked about the escrow that we have here at Harvard that she and I have been members on for decades now, okay? And it has I think it's very valuable function. It is a process. And we can say that the scientists who did that research, they went through that process. Okay, does that mean it's kosher? Does that mean it's ethical? Not necessarily, the process may be that you went through the process and didn't learn a thing, or that the process, no one thought of the right idea, process or not. So there's a difference between process and substance. Process is the easiest thing in a way to achieve. You can always come up with another forum where people who are designated as representatives come there and they vote. Yes, you can do that. But it's quite another thing to show that you get a good policy that comes from that. Now, what would good mean? Am I saying that there is a good policy and that there's some individual out there who knows what that good policy is. Well, that's quite a, that's a remarkable thing to claim. I mean, who could possibly claim it? On the other hand, why do you have an ethicist in these places? Now, I must say that in many of the roles that I've had, we did think, that is how we thought. We thought, okay, we're specialists in this, we can think this through and maybe arrive at not just the process, but at a substantive solution, which we can argue on its merits. And is that what we should look to for the ethicists that we involved in these processes? Well, you might say, how would they know? Well, they are professors of ethics, so maybe they would know something. That's a good question. And I'm going to end my little talk here with a confession about one of the problems with that view. And the problem is that the ethicist, like everybody else who's involved in the process, has an eye toward the future, trying to bring about good. You're trying to achieve a public good. You're trying to benefit people. The way you think through an ethical issue, you may think there's some truths here that you've arrived at by careful reflection and by talking with your colleagues and inviting many points of view and so on, but you come up with some things that seem to be true. But when you look at in the future, you think if we affirmed these truths, it would have bad consequences. Now, I must say, I've been in that situation professionally. And what did I do? At least on 3 occasions, I caved. What I did was I signed the documents as the professional ethicist on hand, saying that this is, in my view, what's ethical. And actually, I didn't think it was true, but I thought if I sign this, this will have better consequences than if I affirm what I did. I could talk about the cases. I think National Academy of Sciences did this at least one occasion with the non-heart beating donor regulations. It had what they did. They had very good consequences, but it wasn't true what they said. So this dilemma between truth or consequences is inherent in the role of the bioethicist, I think, in any of these situations. And some years ago, my colleague Dan Brock, who had the chair in bioethics at Harvard Medical School until his untimely death, Dan wrote a wonderful article called Truth or Consequences. And for many years at the predecessor to the Safra Center here at Harvard, the general ethics program, that was used on day one of the seminar they held, trying to ponder whether the truth or consequences is what ethics is about. Thank you.
Okay, well, greetings from India, and I'm really happy and thankful to the organizers, Dr. Sheila and her team, for giving me this opportunity to speak to all of you. And I like to bring up the Indian perspective to this whole discussion. And as you all know, it's a very large country with a very high burden of genetic diseases, and we are looking at gene editing in a very, very optimistically to offer a lot of, relief to the patients who are suffering. Because in India, in terms of number, no diseases are rare because the numbers are so many, even though they may be rare by definition. But in terms, when you translate in terms of numbers, this is a huge burden of genetic diseases in India. And gene editing at the moment is representing a very transformative technology, offering a lot of hope to so many people across the country. And people are very keenly looking forward at the developments. And with the recent, we heard the example of sickle cell disease yesterday, and then there are other diseases as well, thalassemia, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, or hemophilia, and various types of cancers. And a lot of researchers are currently investing their focus on looking at solutions. What we need to think about is that who are these people and where they are based, and how can we make things available to these people? And as many of you would be aware that India being such a large population, there would be a large chunk of people who come from sort of economically and educationally disadvantaged backgrounds. And many of these patients would be suffering from terminal illnesses, and they would be really desperately looking for cures. Many of these patients would be children, very young children, and their parents are again very desperately looking for cure. And therefore, experimental processes, the understanding about gene editing as an initial experimental process may really not be complete, and they would be vulnerable in that sense of taking going through an informed consent process by truly understanding the complexities that are involved. Because as we all know, desperation often, overrides the judgment that we all can make. And therefore, we need a lot of genetic counselors in the country who would be able to do non-directive counseling and advise or tell them about what it is all about. We heard about access and affordability yesterday. We discussed a lot about it, and this would continue to remain a significant issue because all these advanced therapies are likely to be available only in the high-end tertiary care centers and maybe available, therefore, to the urban elite class of the people, and therefore basically furthering the divide between the various groups. And there's a need to really go an extra mile to reach out to others who also need to be part of this mainstream when these therapies get available in the country. As we all know, the projected costs at the moment are exorbitantly high. They are absolutely not reachable for anybody, and therefore the government, the public sector has to make a lot of investments in trying to bring down these costs, in trying to work at in-house technologies, in encouraging more and more research and initiating more discussion on how to allocate these resources so that it doesn't happen that these technologies are available outside the country and people are desperately looking at it, but there is nothing available in the country. So it's a lot of thought process that has to go into resource allocation for the research and then treatment. Then these trials would really need very strong oversight, regulatory oversight in the beginning at least, because it is not only about patient safety, but it's also about that the safety data that is emerged is also fully disclosed and is available for others and not hidden for commercial gains or advantages. And Indian regulators are they're preparing themselves to be under a lot of pressure because there would be requests for compassionate use approvals on urgent basis and balancing the urgency and the need for safety and scientific validity. The regulators therefore have to be very well placed to be able to understand these nuances and take care of them. And therefore the role of education cannot be less at all for all stakeholders. Often we think about education of only researchers or ethics committees, but it has to be also regulators. It has to also be public. It has to be every stakeholder who is involved in this exercise so that they understand. Even the sponsors need to understand and be educated about how and what the local requirements are in order to cater needs with this improved understanding. The role of media we have not discussed, but it's going to be really crucial because this media, the way they project certain things can really make or break. It could create a fear, or it could discourage, or it could even create unnecessary hype or tall claims for which we are not ready. And we have seen very recently there are frantic calls being made to all genetic centers when these treatments, some of them got approved, the US FDA approval or in the Europe, and there were calls, and there are a lot of people who are waiting, and they are emotionally and financially very disturbed as to get access to some of these treatments. And we need really the right kind of advocacy and the right environment and build up that ecosystem that is receptive to gene editing. Building public trust would be the last point I'd like to make, is very important, which is the key to success to address these complex issues. And therefore, there's need to constantly engage and bringing communities and public on board, making them part of our discussions. And at the moment at ICMR, we are trying to build out a toolkit for various stakeholders in order for them to understand what are their responsibilities, and this kind of inclusion in the decision-making processes where everybody is on board can really go a long way. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to the panel. we have the elements, I think, of a governance system here, and whether or not you think of it, I don't know whether Phil characterized it as a sort of machine or gearbox because he's trained in physics, and Victor, as a physician, talked about more a sort of biological ecosystem. Either way, we've heard from Carrie the power that funding can exert on shaping research, from Phil about the kind of authorization and control and distribution of knowledge that is affected by journals, and then from Victor about how scientific institutions can take the lead in drawing people in, and Dan, obviously, when it gets to questions that fall to be decided by international institutions, how the role of the official bioethicist comes in. And then Rowley, of course, you gave us a kind of top to bottom sense of how at each level, from kind of education, building a public trust, even the media kind of contribute to this kind of ecosystem, which builds up this kind of sense of the conditions that are necessary to support responsible innovation. I mean, it struck me, certainly thinking about this, that I slightly flippantly mentioned the endless frontier in introducing this, but I noticed that Victor seems a little bit dissatisfied with the fact that it in a sense manifested, and I wonder whether that is because in a sense we're looking at this from the perspective of the way in which science encounters it, or scientific practice encounters it, because as we heard from the previous panel, of course, non-scientific reflection on these kind of questions has been going on in some cases for thousands of years through faith-based reflections in ethics, moral philosophy certainly, and in literature as well, and storytelling. And I guess what we're dealing with is trying to understand those moments of intersection where those discourses need to come together, and those are defined by particular events and surround particular kind of moments of emergence, and they can occur certainly from within science, but also from other discourses. So we've got the elements of governance, a number of different ones. I suppose my first question to the panelists really is, to what extent do they amount to, or can they be put together to amount to a kind of coherent system, and where are the tensions, where are the omissions within that system that perhaps need to be filled by the kind of invitation to contribute that is being extended by this Global Observatory meeting?
I could start, and it was triggered by something that Phil said, actually, which is, I think sometimes it feels uncouth to talk about money, but I'm going to talk about money because good governance isn't free. And all of these elements that we've talked about sort of in the abstract, at the end of the day, putting them together requires dedicated resources, which is something I would argue is sort of, it may be left out of the endless frontiers model, right? Like, it's a lot about resources for the science itself. And unfortunately, that creates this narrative sometimes, I think, in which, governance and all of the pieces of ethical governance are seen as taking resources away from science instead of being part of the very fabric by which we conduct science. That, good governance and good science go hand in hand. And I think, as someone who is sort of a disciple of Larry Tabak in the rigor and reproducibility space, he thought a lot about reproducibility. I thought a lot about rigor. And I used to argue very practically, we were funding a lot of studies that were downright unethical because they were not rigorous, right? We were using, underpowered animal studies, what Janet Woodcock at the FDA used to call small, crappy trials, like poorly designed clinical trials. These were unethical in the sense that they were using critical resources in terms of money, in terms of people's time, in terms of the lives and suffering of animals. And yet, to solve that problem required more funding, and the argument there was that takes away from science. And my counter argument to the counter narrative that I think we need to foment is that No, actually, good governance, responsible conduct of research, things like the public discourse that is going on right here and now, they cost money. You had pastries, right? Those were not pro bono pastries, but they keep the conversation going. And I think sometimes we forget in talking about these things that feel, very ephemeral and abstract constructs like ethics, like governance. It feels like those are intangibles, but in the real world, those are tangible and they require resources, dedicated resources, not only to form all of the parts of good governance, but then to feed and maintain that system over time in a way that meets these various ecosystem components.
Oh, Philip, I just want to highlight the way in which this can depend on happenstance. And therefore, if the bodies are willing to respond, all the different entities in the ecosystem, let's use that, are able to respond flexibly and quickly in a happenstance way, but they do have that resource, not a vast amount of new funding, often just motivation and volunteering. Nevertheless, you can make real progress that way. And people here know much more than I do about who was responsible, who had the oversight for this or that ethical or whatever statement that emerged that it turned into a guideline. But if you looked at it, I'm assuming it's a whole series of different adventitious events that took place. So if you think in those terms and think of all these elements you have on this platform and elsewhere, there may be a way of just not getting too hung up on the idea of a single system or great new resources. And I'm just going to put one extra very quick remark in. When human cloning paper came out in Nature at the time I was just taking over as editor-in-chief, I found a really valuable resource in the President's Bioethics Commission on human cloning. And I would love to see more of those.
Yeah, I'm reflecting on a number of issues here. First of all, I think science is for social good. In my opinion, you can have in the biomedical world cures or treatment, but if people don't have access to it, it's not overall reaching its goal. So when you think about Science, the Endless Frontier, Vannevar Bush, over 75 years ago, it was designed something like this, that discovery research, fundamental research should be done in universities. And then when you want to move to people application, should be done in industry and enterprise. I think that approach has its upside and downsides. The upside, no question, is that we have entities willing to put a lot of money into development of technology, the ability to look at driving economy. I mean, America's got a great economy because of this. The downside is a disconnect between exactly how you go from science to human application. It hands off to commercialization, which is very much driven by the market economy, which I think is part of the problem in this country. We have great market economy in industry, but people are not getting any better. So I think we really need to pull these pieces together, relook at it again. That leads me to say that what we're missing, back to some of the comments made by Kerry and others, is what is our priority nationally? And is the priority, in fact, looking at big issues for social good? And how do we continue to support curiosity-driven research? That, to me, is a fundamental issue this country needs to address, or any country needs to address. In Singapore, I serve as the Prime Minister's Research Innovation Enterprise Council. Every 5 years, they ask this question. Where do we invest, and how does that create enterprise? How do people benefit from it? We don't have such a conversation, at least to me, in a coordinated fashion. So I think, to me, social good is very, very important. That has been the driver why we're doing what we do. And yes, there's nothing wrong with the fact we're creating an economy and having people make money, but it can be expense of people not getting it. Now, I really enjoyed what Don said, but I would like to point one thing out. We just reached I was in Geneva this last few days, the pandemic agreement. Everybody's celebrating. It took forever to agree. So when Don tells about how easy it is for people to sign off to say, of course we agree, I think those are principles. But when you need to look at binding agreement of application, I bet you lots of ministers will not sign, right? So they can say, sure, we agree with this, but you measure how I do and look at binding, then we're not going to sign. And this is what the nature of this problem is. And I'll say it again, I think until we get everybody on the same page, starting in this country, all the stakeholders, so to talk about, looking at how we agree to move forward, we're going to continue to have this conversation.
Let me just introduce a new idea, because I think the times require it. Conventionally, we talk about the science of doing the scientific work, that's their job, and then there's the ethical issues, we'll have to think about that too. We're at a time where, because of the rise of anti-science, doing the science is itself an ethical good, an extremely important one. We live in a time when profoundly unscientific views are being propounded by people in official positions as the truth, in which the monitoring apparatus to track reality is being dismantled so that we can't tell where we are. We don't know what the effects of policies will be. All this is happening as we sit here. We all know that. The undermining of the public good that could come about because of dismantling of the internal canons of scientific research and application is incalculable. It now, in a way that I certainly didn't anticipate, it'd be very hard for any of us to anticipate, that just asking scientists to stick to your last, to do the science, make sure you're not silenced, make sure that people who tell you that up is down and black is white, that even if they attain political power, we'll hear from you about what the truth is. That may be the highest ethical imperative for us. And how we address that, we're just not prepared for that. The question hasn't, this is something you only see in novels. It happened with the Soviet Union with Lysenko and so on, but that was then. But now here we are. And I hope we come up with ways to bolster and reinforce the scientific mission understood as our primary ethical mission.
Approximately 15 minutes late, so I'm going to let it run on a little bit. Okay. I'm going to invite Rolly to okay. In which case, I'm going to let Rolly contribute. I'm going to take a few interventions from the audience, but we really must give the interpreters who've been working very hard a break, as well as our panel. So, Rolly, do you want to?
Yes. So we are thinking about developing an ecosystem. So for building that ecosystem, I understand funds are extremely important. We need investment, but then it also needs good planning. And unless we realize what are the areas, how do we plan that well? Because there's a lot of social sciences that need to be integrated. We have to think about a lot of participatory processes that come, because ethics and science are usually working in silos in their own words, and they don't, what Dan said. It's important that we bring that together. So I feel that it is very important that we do very good planning for taking this forward. The second point I want to make is that countries in the global south have a responsibility of bringing up their voices and talking more and more and being part of these discussions to bring in the perspective, because finally the word is one, and we need to understand the various perspectives to build this up in a more a manner that it would be more think about social justice and equity and make these available to across the globe. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So some very brief, if you would, interventions from the audience. I've got a lady there in the middle row, and I'm going to collect them up rather than inviting people to respond directly.
So thank you so much to all of you for all that you've added to really going from the theory to the practice of how we're actually going to do that. There's so much I would like to comment on, but in particular, Carrie, I really liked your point about, and I was reinforced several times over the last 40 years, about the value of integrating into funding the requirements for ethical elements. It was fundamental to adding responsible conduct of research training to the NIH grants, and the broader impacts criteria for the NSF grants has been really important, I think, in getting people to think about it. Although we've allowed people to narrow it down to DEI when it's much broader as a concept. And that brings me to the question that I specifically want to ask you all, given the current obvious and horrific issues that we have of people, administration that is unwilling to recognize the value of integrating ethics into how we do our science, from rigor and integrity to what's the broader impacts of all these things on people's lives. How are we going to have funding, which plays such a critical role, not be, how are we going to keep that as part of it? You must have some practical ideas beyond what individual private foundations can do, or having it as an idea.
Thank you very much. But perhaps we can pick this up over lunch. Right, I'm going to let David, if you can do it in 1 minute, and then I think we have to draw a veil.
Thanks for this great panel. And my question has to do with building on the analogy of the ecosystem, which I think is a really good one in this terrain, because governance can be understood across a range of institutions. But in that metaphor, we didn't discuss the one charismatic member of the ecosystem, which is the private sector, which is really an elephant in the room, or an elephant in the ecosystem. And my question is, how do we engage the private sector in this question of emerging technology ethics? So much happens there in terms of the research and development in these technologies. States are perhaps using their funding power in ways that we might not agree with. Investors have some of that golden rule power, and they are doing things like embedding ethicists. Are we hopeful about that, or is that a kind of shallow engagement?
Yeah, please, Victor, and then we'll draw it to close.
Question. Actually, I did mention the private sector in the work that you're involved with as well, which is bring together industry, Biogen, Bristol Myers Squibb, they're all part of this. Now, I understand it's a long way going from profit versus social good, but every one of them recognize the importance of access and equity. So the question becomes, at what point would they be willing to say that we reach a certain degree of understanding whereby this ESG overrides a lot of profit issues? So the whole idea is to get them involved. I think an important part to me is university doing tech transfer, because much of about technology, about pharmaceutical, from university research. And NIH should, in fact, there should be a conditionality, in my opinion, of supporting research that has potentially of making tremendous economic income, and also as I said, an agreement of tech transfer to look at what are we transferring to? Will these companies at least address the issue of responsive equitable areas? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Will you please join me in thanking the panel and the interpreters for their hard work? Thank you. So that's lunch.